Yeah, we've got audio. Well, if you're watching the stream, yeah, I can see the audio coming through. In vMix, I can see the levels changing. Good morning, Tartu. We are just about to get underway at ground one at Tiskra in the Tartu derby between Wolves and Tartu Cricket Club. Unfortunately, you shall not be joined by ECA head commentator Howie today. He is laid up with COVID, one of many of the ECA staff who went to Finland for the World Cup qualifiers and have come back with the virus. My name's Terry, I'm the operations manager for ECA. I'll be your voice to join the action in this all-important Tartu derby match. And we are reduced down to 15 overs per side, but we should now get the match completed. And Tartu start off with a wide. Opening the bowling for Tartu Cricket Club is Aditya. And for the Wolves, we have Furkan and Amit, who are at the crease. And as well as the overs for both teams being reduced, neither team actually has 11 in the playing side. They are, in fact, both teams are missing players. Tartu Cricket Club have got 10, whereas the Wolves have only got 11. Uppish cut shot from Furkan there over the infield. They're just going to pick up the single to get the first runs off the bat for today. So Wolves only having 8 players in their team means that Tartu Cricket Club will be really looking for some wickets here. They could be able to bowl them out. So for both sides, there should be a few more gaps out there in the field. As Aditya comes in once more. Straightish, off drive. Should just pick up the single. And they do. Ground will be a little slow for a while. We did have a fair bit of rain this morning. Hence the delay and the reduction in the number of overs for this game. Likewise for the match over on ground 2, it is also reduced to 15 overs. I understand there's an issue with the scoring for there, but I'm not going to be able to get back over there and fix that until the innings break. So here comes Aditya to Furkan. A little bit of a miss hit. Beats the short cover fielder, but the mid-off comes around and cleans up. Few grey clouds have returned since the toss was done, when actually we had some really nice sunshine for the first time for the day. It's outside off stump. Not called wide, as it only went wide-ish after it had passed the batter. Good call from the umpire there. So, over number 1 is in the bag, and Wolves have got 4 runs on the board. A good strong breeze here at Tiskra. Will aid, or possibly in some cases hamper, the bowlers to get some movement in the air. Might end up resulting in too much for them in some cases. And conditions certainly coolish out on the field for all of the players. shortish down leg side, and that is a wide. Both Tartu bowlers kicking off their spells with wides. Aditya down the offside, and the bowler of the second over going down the leg side. Straighter this time. Batter picks out the mid-on fielder. The scamper through just for the one. One more to the tally for the Wolves. Although the Tartu are missing one fielder, they have got themselves well spread. They're covering their all aspects of the field. As Manpreet comes in once more. Outside off, pushed away just behind the point, but he's going to gather that up and keep them just to the single. Oh, he's bowled him. There wasn't really anything special about the delivery on a good length. The batter just doesn't seem to have picked the line or the length. Not sure what Amit was doing there, but his innings is over, and that is the first breakthrough for Tartu. And knowing they only need 6 more wickets to bowl their rivals Wolves out. That will bring Ali Raza to the crease for Wolves. So Manpreet getting the breakthrough there. He's still got 2 more deliveries in his opening over. Oh, Manpreet hits Ali quite high on the thigh, just below his waistband. And unsurprisingly, the umpire was not interested, judging that ball to be going over the stumps. But after 2 overs, Wolves have 9 for the loss of 1. Under the conditions, the number of runs that the Wolves would have liked to have had on the board, but they would prefer it if they were not down a wicket at this stage. So Aditya coming in now for his second over. Hirkan on strike. Slashed through the covers, it's racing away. That should make it to the boundary, and it does. 4 runs, nice shot from Hirkan, and that's the first boundary of the match. Morning, Romeo, in the chat. It's disappointing that you're not here playing, Romeo. Weather's looking all right. Dieter comes in again, tries to cramp the batter up, but he does push it to the point fielder as a shy at the bowler's end, but the batters are through safely. 1 more to the total. I think a good score really is going to be about 25-30 runs less than what a normal good score will be, due to the reduced overs and a little bit of a slow field at this point in time. Full pushes that one to the mid-off fielder, and he picks it up nice and cleanly and prevents them from getting through for a run. So Dieter getting away with the full toss there. Outside off, pushed away. Cover fielder is all over it. He has a throw. Hirkan was backing out, trying to see if he could push a single, but good couple of dot balls for Tartu there. 14 for 1 after 3. So fairly even here. In the Tartu derby. And I think this must be one of the quietest Tartu derbies there's been as a result of Romeo being absent. Manpreet comes in again, just clips the body as it goes down on the leg side. Not interested in a run. Ball just held up, ball held up straight away, and the keeper is able to get onto it. Slash through mid wicket. The man on the boundary is down there for that, and so just the 1 to the Wolves total. Good throw from the fielder on the boundary. He's letting him know he's got a good arm if they want to take any chances. So he gives the umpire a little bit of work to do, resetting the stumps. Manpreet comes in again. That'll be the dot ball. Yeah, lots and lots of cloud around. There is a bit of nice clear blue sky over to the right of your screen, and the wind is blowing from there. Full and straight from Manpreet, and it's driven straight. It shouldn't make it to the boundary, just pulling up. I think later in the day, when the field's a little drier, that shot would have gotten the 4. But just the 2 for Alireza. comes Manpreet once more. Pushed into the offside, and with the way that the ball is holding up in the infield, I think Ali Raza is right to be complaining to Furkan that there was a run there. I think there was. The fielders are back on the circle, and if Furkan was backing up, it would have been an easy single. But in the end, just a dot ball, 3 runs from the over, 17 for 1 after 4. So the computer is saying projected score of 85. And I would say Wolves definitely would need to get more than 85. As they've only got 8 fielders, they're going to have massive gaps in the field. It should not be difficult for Tartu to be able to just keep it ticking over. Getting lots of 2s, even a few 3s. And anything well timed into any of the gaps will be a boundary. They won't. Tartu will not need to go aggressive with so many gaps in the field on offer, as Wolves have only got 8 players. That new bowler down the leg side, he starts in the traditional fashion with a wide, and they scamper through to make it 2 wides to kick off the new over. Another wide from Shrikant. Wolves will happily take all of the extras that they can get. And another wicket falls. So that is actually the end of Ali Raza. The score is just being corrected. The digital score, I didn't actually catch that they ran one on the first wide, so that'll just get fixed up. And it is Ali Raza who has to depart. So Shrikant picking up a big wicket. And Ali Raza should have been an important batter for Wolves. Now with 2 wickets gone, it means Tartu only need to take 4 more scalps for them to finish the Wolves' innings. Mubasher Iqbal, the new batter, to the crease. Shrikant is coming round the wicket, sorry, over the wicket as the lefty. That's a good ball over the stumps, well taken by Casey, the keeper and captain of Tartu. Here comes Shrikant, full, pushed out into the offside, and that will be no run. Shrikant's best bowling figures are 2 for 15, so he could certainly be having an opportunity to better those. Just chipped back over his head. Fielder comes around and they'll just get the 1 run. Said despite only having 10, Tartu have got their field pretty well set so as to sort of cover all the areas. Swing and a miss. That one kept quite low. Shrikant has 1 more. To complete his first over. A very successful over. Oh. He's done very well there. So yeah, very successful over for Shrikant. 1 wicket, 4 runs. And if his first 2 deliveries hadn't have been wides, it would have been even better over as far as Tartu Cricket Club are concerned. 5 overs gone, 21 for 2 for Wolves. And they really need a partnership here. They need Mubasher and Furkan to occupy the crease for a while. Start getting things ticking over. Manpreet continues. Oh, and again, not sure what Furkan was doing. A real nothing effort. Manpreet once more from the Kiev end, and that goes straight through to the keeper and is called wide. Dot ball. Manpreet is really giving the batters a lot of trouble when he gets it on that good length. There's a lot of dot balls racking up here now, and that's only going to see the projected score plummet as far as Wolves are concerned. Now, he did not play a shot at that. I'm not sure if the ball came off the body or if it came off his gloves. He's rubbing his thigh. Yeah. Perhaps the umpires judged that that was a shot. I wouldn't have called that a shot. He twisted his body, but he didn't make any effort to hit the ball with the bat. Of course, you cannot run... But the umpire did not signal a leg by, so despite the fact the batter was rubbing his thigh, it means the umpire was suggesting that it did come off the gloves, which was one of the options from my vantage point. And the scorer put 1 leg by down. Swing and a miss from Furkan there. One more ball for Manpreet. And another swing and a miss outside of off stump. So despite a couple of wides, good over from Manpreet. So we had already, I didn't actually see if it was signalled, but actually after the 5th over, that was the end of the power play because it's reduced overs. It should also be that each bowler is only allowed to bowl 3, unless it's a couple of bowlers allowed to bowl 4. It can't be that all bowlers can bowl 4, because it would mathematically not work out, because there's only 15 overs. So possibly we've seen the end of Manpreet, but I think it could be that a couple of bowlers will be allowed to bowl 4, and then the remainder's 3. Shrikant comes in again. That's a good ball. Well blocked out by Mubasher. I've got no idea what's going on with the score at ground 2. From what I can see, there is no match in the system for ground 2. But I'll be going to have a look at it at the innings break. Shrikant comes in. That is smacked back over his head. Couple of bounces rolling away, and that is a 4. Well hit by Mubasher. Took a while getting started. He did only have 1 from 9 deliveries, and now he's gone to 5 from 10 thanks to that 4. And he is in a little bit of a precarious situation. If he's able to get shots like that, which are fairly safe, he's all fine, but he can't take a lot of risks. Slash outside of off stump, but it goes safely through to the keeper. Mubasher has scored a half century. He scored 52. Shrikant coming in. Full just pushed away, and they'll pick up the 1. Yeah, his highest score ever is 52, but from his 11 innings, he's only scored a total of 131 runs. Such as he's got 1 not out, so his average is 13.1. I do think Wolves will need him to bat for a while. If he can get anything near his highest score, it would be a massive boost to Wolves' total. But he's not having much luck outside of off stump. Both Shrikant and Manpreet have been getting him playing and missing outside off stump here. Yeah. Weather is significantly improved at this point in time. Got a lot of blue sky around in every direction I look. Also lots of white fluffy clouds. Full from Shrikant. Oh, just short cover field, mid-on I should say. Just gets his fingertips to it. A little bit of a stinger. Shakes his hand. And it's clutching it. Batter goes up and says, well, if you don't want your hand at it, get it out of the way. Then I can have a run. End of the over, 7 gone. 30 for the loss of 2 wickets. Not a bad over for Wolves. The boundary, a single and a no ball. But they do need to up the run rate a little bit here. Going to see change in the bowling from the Kiev end. I unfortunately have not been given a team sheet. It's Simon Quasi to bowl from the Kiev end. I mean, just make him out from here. Full straight, just chipped on the offside. But kudos to Simon of breaking the tradition of starting off with a wide. First of the Tartu bowlers to not bowl a wide with their first delivery. But they did pick up a single. Cut away, there is a fielder there. He's picked it up, throws it back to the bowler. One more to the total for Wolves. Simon comes in again, very full, chipped away. There's two fielders coming around, but he split them, and then they've collided, but in a soft collision. They just needed to brace themselves, and very much of a bit of a golf shot. So once it landed, it did not race away to the boundary. So just the two coming from it. Pushed into the gap on the offside, and they will pick up one. The Tartu have got a little bit of an odd field on the offside. They're now making an adjustment. Bringing in the Lima into the short cover. They've got a point, and then there's no one between the keeper and the point. Full blocked back. And then there's an extra cover who's kind of just in no man's land between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And Wideish mid-off, who's also in sort of no man's land. Chipped away on the onside this time, and that is where there is a fielder on the boundary, but he's not going to get to it, and that should be 4. No, the umpire is signaling 6. He got a little bit of help from the fielder. The fielder informed him that it was a 6. It did not look like it would have been a 6 off the bat, but the first 6 for the Wolves. That means that they've got 11 runs from Simon's first over. That's exactly what Wolves needed. Massive boost to their run rate, and the computer is now saying they're going to be able to get to 3 figures, which definitely is the type of score that they need to have. Morning, Howie. No worries. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're getting better. And hopefully you can be back on the mic soon. Kush is saying this is actually the first outdoor Tartu derby. Did not realise that, being the, as I am so new to Estonian cricket. Joseph, the new bowler, slashed away straight to the point fielder. He stops it. He's had a shy. He's hit the stumps, but the batter was in his ground quite comfortably. I did not realise I'm getting the privilege to commentate the first ever outdoor Tartu derby. Thanks, Steve. Some information, Kush. God, so the first ever Tartu derby and there's no Romeo. It's what a shame. Joseph comes in once more. Swing and a miss from Mubasher. The ECA gods informing in the chat that the reason why they have not played in the same competition before. Cut behind point, they should get back for two. Fielder cuts it off just in front of the boundary. And a comfortable, easy two for the Wolves. Still a strong breeze at the ground here. Joseph comes in. Oh, and the batter did not know what to do with that. Joseph to Mubasher. On the body, flicked away very nicely. Will it get to the boundary? I think it has just, yes it has. Umpire signals 4. I think if the boundary was one more foot further out, that ball was not going to reach it. It was moving very slowly by the time it finally touched the rope. No need to apologise, Romeo. You're missing out on playing, so at least you get to watch. Swing and a miss outside of the off stump from Mubasher. Will be the end of the over. 47 for 2 after 9. There will not be any drinks break. It's only 15 overs. It's not hot at all. As I said, there's a strong breeze keeping all the players nice and cool. Even though we've got a bit of sun out at the moment. And the field is looking fantastically green compared to earlier in the season. Simon's done a great job along with Howie of doing their watering. Keeping it nice and lush. Simon comes in again from the Kiev end. Outside of off stump. A big swing and a miss from Furkan. The Tartu bowlers, anytime they put it outside off stump, pretty much, it's a drop ball. They put it on the stumps, and it runs for Wolves. I know what I'd be doing. And it's a duplicate of the previous delivery. After 11 going from his first over, these dots are exactly what Simon wanted. In response, he goes full, it is up in the air, fielder coming underneath it, he's put it down. He didn't quite get to the ball, so he really had to reach for it. He got both hands under it, but his hands looked very hard, and that ball just smacked straight out. A missed opportunity for Tartu there. A bit of a life. Furkan. Here comes Simon. Full on the legs, flicked away through square leg, racing towards the boundary, and that will be 4. Much needed boundary for the Wolves. Brings up the 50 for the team. And this third wicket partnership is doing a great job for the Wolves total. He's bowled him. That's the end of Furkan. 23 from 26 deliveries. Simon with the breakthrough. Good response to the 4 that was hit off him for the previous delivery. So here's Simon with what should be the final delivery of his over. Full on the stumps, blocked out by Jazib, the new batter. So that's 10 overs down. Remember, this match is reduced to 15 overs per side. 53 for 3. Simon breaking up the very important partnership between Furkan and Mubasher. Pushed away, just a dot ball. It's actually quite strong here at the moment. You can see the score is 10. Taking a pummeling. The scoreboard is absolutely being destroyed, and that's in the air, but wide of the fielder. They'll get back for 2. Tartu fielders relay it in. Joseph to Mubasher. Full, straight, smack down the ground. Fielder is underneath it. He's taken the catch. Savio with a great catch. Simon was going back. Simon thought he had it the whole way. Savio never took his eyes off it. Sprinted round and was just absolutely in the perfect position. But I think he's hurt his hand in taking that catch. His teammates are a bit of concern. I think they're going to have to get some treatment there for him. At really well taken catch. As Simon was at least 3 meters short of the ground to take the catch, and it was over his head. Behind him. But Savio did really, really well there. So 4 wickets down now. The new batter is Daniel. And Mubasher is back in the pavilion. So Tartu bowlers are all sharing the wickets around. One each for Manpreet, Srikrant, Simon and Joseph. Aditya Savio, the only one who hasn't chipped in with a wicket just yet. Yes, Kush. Wolves have only got 8 players. So they've only got 3 wickets in hand at this point in time. Joseph comes in again to Daniel. Is a wide. He comes just blocked out. Yeah, both teams playing without 11. Tartu have only 10 and Wolves have 8. Joseph bowls outside of off stump, and it's a swing and a miss from Daniel. 57 for 4 after 11 overs. And, I'm curious if the computer calculating its projected score is taking into account the fact that there are that it's reduced overs and that it's there's only 8 players for the Wolves team, because I don't see how in 4 overs Wolves would be getting almost 50 runs. Not when they're really struggling to get back onto ball when it's just outside of off stump like that. Another good ball from Simon. Slashed through mid-wicket, straight to the fielder on the boundary. Stops it, and that means they'll just get the 1 run. They really picked the fielder out there. He did not move at all. It was just straight to his chest. I think the Wolves batters seem to be trying to suggest that the fielder was touching the rope while he touched the ball. This one's edged through the slips. They'll get back for 2 runs as the the point fielder who had to come all the way around to tidy up. Now they're putting in a fly slip. Oh! Not sure if that was an edge or not, but keeper captain Casey was not able to get his gloves to it. I think he wore that one on the thigh. Simon into Danielle once more. I think did the fielder think that that was possibly a catch? Because it wasn't. It was definitely hit straight into the ground. And they just pick up the one run. Simon in from the Kiev end. Bowled him! Full loopy delivery, and the batter just wings underneath it, and the BlufVPN stumps light up, and they are scattered. And that is 5 wickets down for the Wolves. 12 overs gone, 61 for 5. Remember, they have only got a team of 8. So they have only got 2 wickets remaining. And they have 3 overs as the match is reduced to 15 overs per team. So Simon picking up 2 wickets. Yeah, I think you're right, Romeo. Absolutely certain the computer is working on 20 overs. Here comes Joseph. That's a wide down the leg side. And they're going to run through for an extra. Zafarula, the new batter. High score of 13 not out. He scored 15 runs in total out of his 6 innings. Here comes Joseph. Pushed away through mid-wicket. The man in the deep will rush in and clean it up. Good throw back to the bowler. Just the 1 to the score. Chipped away, and the gully will take the catch, and that is the 6th wicket. Joseph picks up 2 wickets. And to his tally, he's not going to beat his best bowling figures, which are 3 for 4. The digital scorer, I think, is just correcting who took the catch. So I'll get that wicket back into the system, and there it is. So Wolves have only got one wicket remaining. Just comes into Shamsul, the new batter, and that would be a wide. Fortunately, from both my angle and the camera's angle, we've got the non-striker is standing right in front of the striker and the stumps. Really can't see through him. Another wide. Wolves will be taking these freebies very gratefully, hoping to get something more on the board. Joseph coming over the wicket now. It's in the air. Fielder is underneath it. Oh no. He's made a little bit of a mess of that, and then he's made a mess of the throw. They're going to get an overthrow. The fielder completely misjudged it in the air. And he was basically horizontal on the ground at the point of trying to take the catch. That'll be another wide down the leg side. Turning into a very expensive over here from Joseph. He may have picked up a wicket, but there's already 8 from it. We've still got 2 deliveries remaining. A better ball, much better ball. The batter shows it the respect it deserved. Blocked it out. So Shamsul and Zafrullah, they've really got to just stay out there and try to bat out the 15 here. Hope that Tartu give them as many wides as possible. Pushes that one to the fielder on the offside. They're scampering through. A better throw, and he might have been in trouble. But the throw was just neither at the stumps nor at the keeper. As such, they safely get through for the single. Romeo's absolutely loving this for as a Tartu player. As the batter has decided to discard with the helmet. And we're going to see a change in the bowling from the Kiev end. The new ball starts off with a dot ball. I'm pretty sure we are limited to 3 overs per bowler because Simon went off after 3. This is racing to the boundary. It's slowing up, it's slowing up. It's going to stop a couple of metres inside the rope, just in front of the hut. 2 fielders have converged on it. It's just when throws it in, and he's been told to stay down at fine leg. Shrikant bowling from the Kiev end now. He bowled his first 2 overs from this end. It's straight. They'll get the 1. Oh, misfield. And they should be able to get 2 now. One batter did slip over, but they still make it through for the 2. The batter's hurt himself a little bit there as he slipped over. He's shaking his hand in pain. Not looking too comfortable. Very full and possibly high from Shrikant, and the batter just gets the 1. Nothing from the umpire in regards to whether it was a high no ball, so just the single added to the Wolves score. Shrikant comes in again. Full delivery, little undersized edged. They're coming back for 2. Jasmine with the throw, but the throw is not good. Wide, short. The batter was not in any danger whatsoever. Should be the final ball from Shrikant. Just blocked out. Pick up 1. "14 overs completed, 79 for 6 for the Wolves, so only the 1 over remaining. As if you didn't hear before, it is a 15 over match, reduced due to the rain that delayed the start. Both teams will just get the 15 overs. And Wolves are also only playing with 8, so they've only actually got 1 wicket in hand at this point in time. And should be Aditya Savio to bowl the final over, and it is. Just making a couple of final adjustments to his field, and in he comes. On the stumps, no, just misses. Very unconvincing effort from Shamsul there. Aditya, the only Tartu bowler not to have picked up a wicket so far. It's in the air. Fielder is underneath it. Oh no, he's made an absolute meal of it. He's completely misjudged it. It was Jeswin. He was not underneath it. He looked like he was going to be underneath it, and in fact he'd moved 2 meters too far in. And the ball sailed over his head. That should have been the end of the innings and should have been a wicket for Savio, who's going to come around the wicket now to Shamsul, who dances down the wicket, and he's got his wicket. Bowled him. That is Tartu Wolves all bowled out for 81, 14.3 overs. So because Wolves have only got the 8 players, that is the end of the innings, and Tartu Cricket Club will require 82 runs for victory. There will be a 15-minute break in between the innings. I repeat, just a 15-minute break between innings because of the reduced match. And so we'll be back with you in 1:35 with the resumption of this match. So we are back a bit earlier. We'll start off with a wide from Mubasher. Unfortunately, the umpires had decided to reduce the break even further. So when I said it would be 15 minutes, I was not informed. Opening batter for Tartu, Casey, just guiding that one to gully there. Scamper through for single. Opening the batting for Tartu, Casey and Vishal. Another wide from Mubasher. Prodded away there by Vishal. Casey Collins playing in his 49th league match in the Estonian Premier League. The batter drags that one from outside off over to just between mid-wicket and square leg to pick up the one run. Prior to today's game, Casey has 482 runs to his name. He just pushes that one back and does not attempt to take a run. And a high score of 36 not out. With the only 8 Wolves players, there are a lot of gaps out there. As he guides this one through the vacant point region, it's going to the boundary, and that will be for the first boundary of the Tartu innings. Nice shot from Casey there. Didn't try to overhit it, just placed it into the gap, and he's got the just reward. That's really what both Tartu batters, Casey and Vishal, have got to do here, is just guide the ball into the gap and take the runs that are on offer. The scoreboard information on the screen does say that they need 74 runs and 114 balls. The balls is incorrect. That is the live score system is still running off a 20 over match. It is not a 20 over match, and so the run rate required will also be done figuring of a 20 over match. It is only 15 overs. That, with 8 runs off the first over, that is a perfect start for Tartu as Jazib comes in. Swing and a miss from Vishal. He's lucky to have survived there. Through square leg, they're going to come back for 2. The ball is, though, going to cross the boundary, and that will be 4 for Vishal. He gets his first boundary. So far, things going all Tartu. Has he been again? Ties Vishal up a bit there. There's an edge, but there's obviously no slip cordon in when you've only got 8 fielders. There's a gully, but he's quite deep. He's essentially just trying to protect the area between point and the wicket keeper. There isn't actually a point fielder. Joseph comes in, pushed just towards square leg, and they'll pick up the 1 run. So far, smart batting by the Tartu pair. So just pushing it around, taking advantage of the gaps that are in the field. This time Casey directs it straight to the fielder backward of square leg. He's just there to protect the area between of both square leg and fine leg. There's a mid wicket and a mid on. And Casey just blocks this one back to the bowler for a dot ball. They've already picked up 5 off the over, so there isn't any need for him to go chasing runs or play any type of shot that could be risky whatsoever. 2 overs down, 13 runs on the board for Tartu. They'll be more than happy with what they have at this stage. Ali Raza is going to come on to replace Mubasher. The Copenhagen end. Vishal just pushes it away to Gully and they'll get through for 1. It was an easy single, despite the fact that the ball had been hit straight to the fielder. Ali Raza comes in again. A very optimistic, shall we say, appeal. From my distance, my angle, it didn't even look like the impact was anywhere in line with the stumps, let alone any possibility that it was going to go on to hit. Casey just flicks this to the fielder backward, between backward square leg and fine leg. Again, straight to the fielder and again picking up a single. I feel like Wolves are just going through the motions here. They don't feel like they've got enough runs on the board. Swing and a miss from Vishal. With their gaps in the field, with only having a team of 8, it's a big ask of being able to defend the score that they have. That'll be a wide. Keeper having a lot of work to do there, but he does prevent them running through for any additionals. In comes Ali Raza. Good ball, blocked away by Vishal. He knows he does not need to be playing in anything like that. He swings and misses at that one though. 16 for none after 3. 66 runs required. Only 72 balls remaining, not 102. 66 from 72 is the equation. So the Tartu know that 5 and over will do it for them. Outside of off stump, Tartu captain Casey goes chasing after it. Umpire still calls it wide though. But it needs to be careful he doesn't stop it being a wide by chasing it there. Same again, but this time he gets onto it, splits the fielders. They're only interested in the single right from the start. Tartu just accumulating here. As long as they keep the run rate required under a run a ball, it should not be a problem to get this score. So they pick up one more. Another little push into the offside. Understandably, the Tartu Wolves fielders are all just sort of on the 30-yard circle. Casey sweeps this one round past square. They're going to come back for 2 this time. Nice little shot from Casey there. He should move on to 9 runs. And he's gone through square leg again. There should be a 2 here once more, and they will get it comfortably. Nothing fancy, nothing aggressive. Tartu batters are just guiding the ball into the gaps, picking up the easy runs, taking advantage of the lack of fielders. So this time Casey pushes us towards the point fielder and lets Vishal know that he's not interested in running at all. He's already got 7 from the over. Big appeal, turned down. It was definitely worth an appeal. Casey once more trying to work the ball onto the onside through the square leg, but this one was a bit straighter. I'm not sure, can't tell from this angle of what it was like, but I could definitely understand why they were going up for an appeal. That's the end of the 4th over, 23 for none. Casey on 11, Vishal on 8. So 59 required from 66 deliveries. If you're looking at the scoreboard, score information on the screen, and it says 96 balls. Just subtract 30 from that because the computer still thinks it's 20 overs, but it is only 15 overs. Ali Raza continuing. Vishal pushes this one straight to the gully fielder. They do not attempt a single due to how quickly it got to him. So yeah, just always subtract 30 from the number of balls that it says on your screen, and that's how many there actually are. Ties him up here. They're going to get 3 for 1, as it was just wide enough of the gully fielder to make the single possible. So that will be 58 runs required from 64 balls. In comes Ali Raza. Casey hits this one straight to the cover fielder, but he's so deep, right on the circle, and he wasn't able to take the ball cleanly, so they get through for one. Now, that batter definitely did not play his shot, and the umpire is going to signal a leg by here. That should not have been a leg by. I'll be having a word with the umpire after the match about that. There's no way that you can interpret that as a shot played. Now, I don't even know if you could interpret that as trying to avoid the ball. Which, if you're avoiding delivery, that can also count. You can run if you get hit by avoiding. Tartu just clocking up the runs here. 30 runs in 30 balls. Good partnership, but it wasn't the end of the over. Now, I'm not sure what the score has done here. They've put a 3 in for the previous. They did not run 3. No, they corrected the 3. So it takes the partnership back to 28 after 5, but they're still double checking that. I think they're now. I think they've now identified an issue. There definitely was one. It wasn't just the 3. Hopefully they will sort that out. Quick, smart. Umpires and scorers have got walkie-talkies, so there's no need for the umpires to leave the field while they're double checking this. I think we're all good. Yeah, so the score's been adjusted to 29 after 5. Everyone's happy. We can get the 6th over underway. Casey guides that one onside. Just picks up the 1 run. Daniel, the new bowler from the Kiev end for Wolves. Oh, and he's bowled him. Vishal trying to emulate his captain and by getting down low and sweeping the ball, but he has completely missed it, and Wolves get a breakthrough. Daniel bowls Vishal. Vishal gone for 11 from 16. Now, I almost mentioned this earlier, and I thought if I mention this too early, it will be a commentator's curse. And now, by the fact that I said that I was avoiding commentator's curse, I hope I'm continuing to avoid it, because Casey Collins is currently on 14 runs, and the reason why I mentioned that Casey Collins is on 14 runs is that that means that his total runs overall is now at 496 runs in the EPL. So Casey gets 4 more runs, he will bring up his 500 run milestone. So Savio is the new batter. He also goes for the sweep and misses with the bat. The ball hits him on the body, but he was well wide of the stumps, so there was no one bothering to appeal. And the umpires actually said at a dead ball, but why I had not sure. I think the fielders come and said something to the umpire, and the umpire's suddenly gone, hang on, yeah, there's something not right. I think they thought that the batters were at the wrong end, which they absolutely weren't. And that is a 4. Adichie just picked it up and guided it through the gap over the infield for a nice easy 4 runs. Absolutely effortless. Timing, placement, perfection. So Adichie gets off the mark with a boundary. And then he blocks the next one. They've got the 5 runs they need off the over. So no need to do anything silly of anything that is actually on the stumps. Danny Arlin again. Pushed back by Adichie straight to the mid-on fielder. So no considerations for any type of running. And that will be the end of the 6th over. 34 for 1. 48 runs required from 54 balls. Remember, the computer thinks it's still a 20 over match, and so it's got the wrong number of balls remaining. Just subtract 30. 48 from 54. So it is not a by any means a guarantee victory here for Tartu, if anyone's thinking that. 2 wickets, and this game is completely changed. And that, as I said before, Casey Collins is now on strike, and he is 4 runs away from his 500th run in EPL. And, I am praying he does not get out now. He neither gets out nor does he add to his total. Pushes this one just past the gully fielder. They should turn back for 2, and they do. So here comes Shamsul into Casey. Drives this one through the covers, ambling through for 1. No, oh, yep, they're going to go back for the second now. And that will be 500 runs to Casey Collins in the Estonian Premier League. Congratulations to the Tartu captain on reaching the milestone. Great effort. Awkward delivery there from Shamsul, and Casey just blocks it out. pushes that one to the offside, and they'll just pick up the one. No idea if Casey's aware of the how close he was to the milestone when he was coming to the ground today, but while he's out there, I think it would be on his mind. What's important is getting the victory here. In comes Shamsul again. Down the leg side, flicked away over the fielder. That's a nice shot from Adicha, and he'll pick up 4 runs. Savio is just dealing in boundaries here. He's only 2 scoring shots, 2 fours, so he's got 8 from 5. And that's 9 runs from Shamsul's over there. Very good over for Tartu. Not the best for the Wolves. The situation really is, there's not much Wolves can do other than trying to get it on a good length and try to cause the Tartu batters to make a mistake. So Daniel continuing from the Kiev end to Casey. He just pushes this one round the corner. Now scamper through for a single. We'll move on to 20. Good little captain's knock here from Casey. Daniel to Savio, and he pushes it into the offside. Got a little bit too much behind it, so it got through to the field too quickly for them to consider taking a run. He opens up this time. There's no one at cow corner, so that is just racing to the boundary. Again, Savio continuing in his 4 or nothing philosophy in his scoring at this point in time. He moves to 12 from 6. Outside of our stump, and he's gave himself some room when he really needed to step towards the ball. So swing and a miss, dot ball. Another swing and a miss, and another dot ball. Savio really is a 4 scorer. Prior to this match, he'd hit 35 fours in his 28 innings, and only ever hit 1 6. He adds 1 more to his total here. He has scored a 50 before, 59 not out. Eight overs have gone. 49 for 1. 33 from 42 balls is the equation for Tartu. Wolves really need someone to just come up with a few more dot balls. I mean, this is a key partnership here for Tartu. Getting rid of one of these batters would make it a lot harder for Tartu to get these runs. Ali Razak coming in again to Savio. Down the leg side, that's very wide. That's a really poor short ball. Expect a lot better from Ali Raza. Comes in once more. Full toss this time. Fielder was in the vicinity, but he couldn't get his hands to it. And DG gets back for a couple. He's not going Wolves' way here. Better ball from Ali. Cut away, though, by Salvio. They should get two, and they will. Tartu Cricket Club cruising at the moment. Full, wide, and called. They're going to get at least one, possibly two additional wides here. The wheels are really falling off for Wolves at the moment. You'd expect better from Ali Raza. It's pretty much just bowling loose deliveries at the moment. Short, clubbed back. I'll just get the one. Savio really just needed to rock back on the back foot there. Cut that one away and it would have been straight to the boundary. Looks like Savio wants a new bat. Here comes Ali. Better delivery. Pushed away by Casey. Cover fielder collects it, preventing any run. Blocked out by Casey there. So there should be one more delivery in this over from Ali Raza. An over he's not going to be remembering at all. He hasn't been hit for any boundaries yet. That's a swing and a miss by Casey. So after not best overs, he does end up with 3 dot balls to finish things off, as Aditya Savio looks to find a replacement bat. Simon Quasi comes out with a different one. He only brought out one, so hopefully Savio likes that because he's got no option. So 9 overs gone, 58 for 1, 24 from 36 is the equation. In the air by Savio, but there is no fielder near it. Mid-on comes around and cleans up, and now get 2. Jazib comes in from Kiev end. Dicha cuts it. It was straight to the point fielder, but he can't get his body behind it. It was too quick on him. He tried to get down to it, but it managed to get through him, and they pick up the 1 run. Casey goes a little straighter, gets 1. Thankfully, the only fielder who was anywhere in the vicinity was actually backing up there, or that could have been a nightmare for Wolves, as the throw was quite wide. So Jazib to Savio. It's down the leg side, called a wide, running towards the boundary. The fielder's going to cut it off though. It's just pulled up in front of me. And we've managed to get through. And turn the one wide into a whole bunch. Jazib again to Adicha. Cuts this one backward a point. I'll just pick up the single this time. As the total gets closer and closer to the score required. 14 runs. Casey pushes this one back to the bowler. 14 runs is all that Tartu require now. Remember, it's not 61 balls, it's only 31 balls. In the air by Casey, fielder's coming into it. He's just, oh, it was a good effort by the fielder. He's just gotten there, but not able to hold on to it as he's still in motion. And he puts it down. Ten overs gone, 69 for 1. 13 runs is all that is required. 30 balls remain. That's not really an issue for Tartu, neither is the 9 wickets in hand. The only thing really key for Tartu at this juncture is they don't want to lose either of these batters. They'd really like Casey and Savio to just continue on the way that they've been going, accumulate the 13 runs that are still remaining for them to get to the required total, and it will be a case of job done and victory in the first Tartu ever derby. For Wolves, well, if they can get rid of one of these two, then it does open up possibilities, does allow dot balls to be coming about. So the umpire and the scorers are just checking through things. Looks like they're now happy, so it should be able to resume. And the digital score hasn't quite been clicked over. Play and a miss by Casey outside of off stump. One of those precious dot balls from Mubasher. He comes in again. Casey just pushes this one towards gully and they'll get an easy one. Mubasher comes in again. In the air from Savio, it will fall safely. Right, they'll just pick up the single. Breeze has dropped off a bit here at the moment, and the sun is out in full force, so the temperature is rising. Again, guided by Casey to gully, and they'll get the single. It's been a really good knock from Casey Collins here. As I said before,
Nothing risky. No, not really providing any chances. Savio will pick up and back for a third to add to the wide. That's the real problem when you've only got 8 in your team. Any wides missed by the keeper, and they are going to add up. So that's 4 wide. We had a 3 wide last over. Casey pushes this one. I'll scamper through for 1 as the keeper has a shy at the stumps. But Savio was back. So I make that 7 runs just required now. Let's see what's going on with the score. It's cut off by the fielder who is out on the boundary. Some confusion over the score. I think the what you see on the screen is correct. 75 after 11 overs. And that with that single to Casey Collins, it will now be 76. So 6 runs required. Full toss. Deitcher picks out the fielder at mid-off though. Did not hit that cleanly. So not able to capitalise on the full toss. So here comes Shamsul again. Deitcher has not got onto that one again. Looks as though Deitcher's kind of thrown the game plan out the window now that they only need 6 runs, and he's trying to get it in a 6. And as I said before, he's not known for hitting 6s, so now he returns back to the original plan and just pushes it away on the side for 1 run. Meaning Tartu Cricket Club just require 5 more for victory. Here comes Shamsul, and that'll be a wide down the leg side. So it's 4 runs required. Casey sweeps this one. It's just beaten the fielder who goes diving around. That is a boundary. That is 4 runs. That is victory to Tartu Cricket Club. Their captain Casey Collins hitting the winning runs with a 4. That ends there 82 for 1, which is victory. The umpires were just double checking. So Casey should finish on 30 not out from 35 deliveries, and Aditya Savio on 24 from 20. The umpires are still not 100% certain that that's actually the winning runs. I think it is. The scorers think it is. But responsibility for the scores rests with the umpires. So they are just double checking. They weren't certain about the total in the end of the previous over with what the scorers had compared to what the umpires had. The umpires seem to be indicating that they think there's still another run to be gotten. Just as your screen says that Tartu have won. Yeah, the umpire's definitely saying that the match is not over. There's a run missing somewhere. I don't know where, and I don't know, the scorers don't know either. So, essentially, the score that the umpires have got, they still have that score's tied. We think the umpires have actually got it wrong, but we won't be able to confirm that until they come off the field. So the umpires don't want to come off the field if there is any possibility that there is a run required. So they're going to keep playing until that run is scored. But because the app said that the runs were scored, that's why it says Tartu Cricket Club won by 8 wickets. So, this should now absolutely be the end of the match as Vishal gets that single. But I think we'll find that Casey Collins' 4 was actually the winning runs. Either way, the match is over. Tartu Cricket Club are the victors in the inaugural Tartu Derby. Wolves fell short. They really needed to get another 30 runs on the board in the first innings. But that is the end of that. And at 3:30, we'll have the Hippos versus the Rising Stars here on ground 1. And tune in for that. Should be a really good game. And I'll see you at 3:30.
Welcome back to Chiskra, ground 1 for this afternoon's BlufVPN T20 match between the Tallinn Hippos and the Tallinn Rising Stars. Hippos batting first, Rising Stars will be bowling. The umpires are just taking their positions, and a unique little situation with the umpiring, as the two umpires, one of them at the umpire at the Kiev end, who will be at the bowler's end for the first over, Andres, is an Estonian. The umpire at the other end, Lana, is a Latvian. And Lima is the first woman to umpire a EPL league match. So, hoping that the digital scorer will dot ball to start off from Tambia. Now, I can tell you that the Hippos are not looking their usual selves. Cut away by Remo, racing towards the boundary. I think it's just going to beat the fielder. It does. Is 4. Nice little shot through the slip cordon to pick up a boundary for the Hippos. There's a lot of familiar faces missing from the Hippos. Essentially, the Hippos have been done in by COVID. Stu Hook, missing due to COVID. Dave Robson, missing due to COVID. That'll be a wide outside off stump. Remo Rod just lets it go. Another wide. Watched well by Remo there. Tambia comes in again. Shorter, just pushed away to point, and they will get through for 1 run. So that brings Rudesh on strike. It's been elevated due to as I said, number of vacancies in the Hippos lineup. Tanbeer comes in from the Kiev end, strikes Remo on the body. They scamper through, and that will be one leg by. Signal by the umpire. So yeah, for the Hippos, no Stu Hook, no Dave Robson, no Ben Jones, no Marco Vike. A lot of the usual top order not there. Sorry, Marco is there. He's actually slated to come in next, I believe. I can see Richard Parkinson padded up as one of them. And I can see Marco's doing throwdowns out the back. Of appeal, but this is going to make it to the boundary right in front of me here. 4 runs. Not the start Sharp wanted from his first over. It is the start the Hippos want. Sure, the Rising Stars saw a couple of the big names from the Hippos missing and thought this is a good opportunity for them. That's a wide from Shoaib. Another appeal. Umpire has a long think about it, but she's not given it out. Outside of off, has a slash and misses. Drives that straight back to the bowler, and that is caught and bowled. Shoaib removes Remo for a run ball 9. Shoaib pretty much would have had to have really contrived something to have dropped that. It was right in the breadbasket. Easy peasy. So Rising Stars get their first wicket. Hippos are being captained by Priyank today. There's no Tim Heath also in the team. A lot of that power batting is absent, and a lot could be resting on the shoulders of Marco Vike. He has recently had COVID, but he had that before he went to Finland and joined the national team. The others seem to have got it just as they were leaving. So in comes Shoaib to Marco. Marco just blocks that one out. In comes Shoaib. Gets Marco on the front foot. He just pushes it away into the covers. So
2 overs gone, 14 for 1. And Rising Stars will be feeling happier about that over, despite the first ball of it going for 4. They got a wicket, they got the breakthrough, and then I'll be hoping to get some more. Fairly windy as usual here at Tiscray. You can see the fielder right in front of the camera at mid-off, his shirt and pants blustering in the breeze. But, not too bad out in the field. The wind will cause a bit of havoc for some of the bowlers. And that is wide down leg side. British attempting to sweep Tanbir. Not getting onto it at all. You can see why. There is a fine leg who's quite far up, and a square leg. That's another wide down leg side. But the square leg is also, the square leg's outside the circle, but in no man's land. So there's a massive gap between the fine leg and the square leg. And then there's the mid-wicket who you can see on your screen. British pushes that one into the covers. We'll pick up the 1 run. So brings Marco on strike. His first face of Tanbir today. He didn't have the best trip to Finland with the bat for the national team. Sure, outside off stump. Oh! It was straight to the fielder. It died on him though. He had to dive forward just at the last moment and unable to hold on to the catch. So there's a life for Marco. He gets away with that one. Fielder's teammates were all understanding of the reason why he wasn't able to get hold of it. Tanbir in again, gets Rudesh playing forward, an appeal. Umpire says no. Wide down leg side again. Rudesh being lefty is really causing some problems for Tanbir. He's forced him into a lot of wides here so far. It's a better ball from Tanbir, just blocked away by Rudesh. It's another good delivery by Tanbir, getting it into the body, and all Rudesh can do is block it away. Here comes Tanbir for what should be the last ball of the over. Strays down leg side. Rudesh is able to just push it away from his body, and Marco is very quick to come through for the single. And in fact, the umpire has been called a leg by. Hippos picked up 6 from it, not in the most convincing of manners, but they won't really care too much about that. They're 20 for 1 after 3. More than happy with that run rate. In comes Sharp. Strays down leg side, and it is wide. Full toss from Sharp there, but Rudesh not able to take advantage of it. Didn't really get the middle. Just picks up the 1 run. Since Remo departed, we've had no more boundaries. It's a nice looking shot from Marco. He'll get the single quite easily. He's just pushed it slightly wide of the mid-off fielder. Not really taking any risks. Here comes Shoaib once more. Worked away off the toes by Rudesh through square leg, and they're going to come back for 2 here. It's well run. They have just scored a 2 from inside the 30-yard circle, and considering the ball is only about a metre and a half wide of the square leg fielder, that's very well run. Worked around the corner this time by Rudesh. He will only get 1 this time. Hippos ticking things along very nicely, without having, like I said, without having to take any risks. Neither of these two have hit a boundary yet. Just pushed away, and the point fielder will come in and collect that. They are showing that you can keep things going at a good tick, even without trying to smash or bash or force a boundary. Big appeal, that is not out. The even from my distance and my angle, I don't even think there's any chance that the impact was in line, let alone it being able to go onto the stumps at all. So 4 overs completed, 26 for 1 for the Hippos. So they'll be fairly happy with that rate. Would have preferred Remo to still be there and hitting a few boundaries, but they're getting the score to tick along nicely with the singles and the occasional 2, and being ably assisted by Rising Stars bowling the odd wide every now and then. So we're going to see a change in the bowling from the Kiev end. Mamoun coming on. He'll be bowling to Rudesh. here comes Mamun for his first ball. Outside of off stump. Marco doesn't really get hold of it, but he'll still get a single. Sorry, Rudesh get hold of it. Marco will now be on strike. Rising Stars shift the fielders around for the right-hander now. A point, a gully, a slip. One man in the covers. But it's on the legs, and so they're going to come through for a single, but he's hit the stumps on the full, and that is out. Lima, the Latvian umpire, gives the run out. Good throw from the keeper, and that's the end of Rudesh. So Hippos captain Priyank is the new batter to the crease. Outside off, cuts that one away. Oh, the point fielder has made a meal of it. It's got through him, and they're going to pick up two. He's attacked the ball, and he didn't really need to. He saw Priyank try to steal a run off him, and there was never going to be a run there. But if you don't field the ball, you can't run them out. And went in again, outside of off stump. Priyank leaves it alone. That's just a dot ball. Wind's fairly strong again at the moment. Will make things a little bit difficult in the field. The ball swirling around, and also push the ball wide for the bowlers, and that one's wide down the leg side this time. But the outfield is a lot drier than it was this morning. Grass cover is fairly good here on ground one, so you can get value for your shots. Here comes Mamun into Priyank. He just pushes this one to the mid-off fielder. .31 for 2 after 5 overs is the score. And Hippos probably be a little bit concerned now with the second wicket falling, and Rising Stars will be a little happier with the way things are going. But they'll be hoping to pick up a couple more early wickets to try to prevent the Hippos from really getting a good score together. And comes Shoaib. Oh! Did he get anything onto that? I think the way that went away that he possibly did. There's no call from the umpire for buys or anything, so yep, that goes down as a run for Marco. So here's Shoaib to Priyank. Just down leg side. Not sure. Again, bat, body. Not seeing any signal from the umpire, so must have just got a little bit of a touch on that with the bat. So Shoaib bowling to Marco now. It's down on one knee. Drives that one through square leg. Marco's looking for two, but the throw is too good, so he'll have to stay in his crease. And let Priyank face the next delivery. That's another single through the gully. So these two just ticking things on. Still neither of them have scored a boundary. And just as I say that, we get the first. And was that a no ball and a four? I seem to signal no ball and a four. Yeah, it was a no ball because the umpire has just signalled a free hit. Five runs off that delivery, and then you've got the freebie. Charges. Not able to really get hold of it, so I'll just pick up the one run. It's a pretty good ball, and that's been given. That did look pretty out. The only question I would have had from my vantage point, which is god awful in judging LBWs, being outside the boundary and sort of a mid offline, was it going to stray a little bit down off? Outside off, but looked from here as though the impact was at least middle and off. The umpire has judged that it was going on to hit the stumps, and so that's the end of Priyank. The wicket's tumbling here quite regularly. Rising Stars quite happy picking up wickets at this regular rate to work their way through the Hippos batting order. So Marco is now joined by Richard Parkin, more of a bowler than a batter, but he can still score runs, and should be able to get through singles and twos fairly quickly with Marco. That's wide outside of off stump. Well taken by the keeper, who Curious if he was having a shot at the stumps there or not. So a lot of responsibility resting on Marco's shoulders now for the Hippos. Oh, it's a really good ball off the top edge of the bat, racing away, but the slip is going to gather it. He's coming back for the second. It's going to be close, but the throw didn't have enough legs. So in the end, he's actually able to get through reasonably comfortably. A better throw, and it would have been close. Clubbed back by Marco there, and the mid-off will gather it. So a dot ball. Another big appeal. Oh, and he's gone. Marco was not looking as though he agrees with the decision, but batters almost never do. He felt like he was quite wide and quite far out of his crease, but the umpire raised his finger. So there's no option but to leave the field. Make way for his new teammate. Looks like it's Jack Barry. Young Irishman who is, fair to say, would be more at home on the rugby field next door to us. But he's young, he's powerful. Last time I was commentating a match with the Hippos, I saw him hit a 6. Nice big straight 6. That's down the leg side, and that will be a wide from Mamun. So yeah, Jackson, he had a couple of innings. Mamun into Jack Barry. A lot of excitement out there, but in the end, nothing happening. Peel for an edge. I don't think he got anywhere near that. He's played and missed. It's gone between the gate, above the stumps. Anything that's really happened is the keeper has caught it. Jack struggling to get bat on ball here. He has a swipe outside of off stump and completely misses it. Mamun in control. Bowling well. 1 for 9 from his 2 overs. At 45 for 4 after 7 overs, the Hippos are not in a happy place. I feel the Rising Stars are the ones in control of the game at this juncture. anything can happen in cricket, and it usually does. So Yusuf Hassan is the new bowler. Time over. That's wide down leg side. Down bowler to left batter. Comes Yusuf once more. And that is not a good delivery. I think the umpire is just double checking if where it pitched first, of whether it's a no ball or a wide. If it pitches off the matting, it is a no ball, but I think the first pitch was actually on the matting, so that is a wide. Comes Yusuf again. Guided around the corner by Parko. There's nobody anywhere near it, so they're able to pick up 2 runs. Yusuf's not a big wicket taker prior to this game. After it's just driven into the covers by Richard. From his 24 innings, his 80 overs, he's picked up 12 wickets, but he had one match in particular where he really shined. He picked up 4 for 19. Oh, that's a good ball. Nothing the batter could do about that. Good ball from Yusuf. Another good one. Repealing, but not sure where the umpire's going now. It's not the end of the over because the first 2 deliveries were wides. That would be 4 legal deliveries. The bowler looked very, very, very confident. Very, very. It was more of a sort of almost a celebration rather than an appeal, but the wicketkeeper didn't appeal. If the bowler was trying to sort of just trick the umpire into giving it out. That's wide outside of off stump. Short, prodded away by Richard, and they'll pick up the 1 run. Not the best throw though, so they're going to now get an overthrow. And not the best throw again, but this time it is actually backed up. So no more runs from that ball. So it's 7 runs from this over so far, and there should still be 1 more delivery. And that's a better ball to end there from Yusuf. He did bowl a few good deliveries, but also some wayward ones mixed in around. A lot of cloud cover around at the moment. Bit of blue sky off to the right-hand side. I mean, we're talking quite a few kilometres away. But everywhere else, lots and lots of cloud. So Nazmul Huck coming on to bowl from the Kiev end. Making his keeper work. Goes Nazmul. Shortish clubbed straight by Jack Barry. Coming back for two. Now they're going through for three. Fielder just cut it off inside the boundary. So a three there for Jack Barry. Richard just guides this one to square leg for a single. Nazmul, another sort of, with his wicket-taking history, his average and strike rate, economy, sort of consider him more of a part-time bowler support. But he does have best bowling figures of 2 for 10. This is, again, cross back clubbed to long on by Jack Barry. That'll be one more to the Hippos score. Nazmul's picked up 17 wickets from his 73 overs prior to this match. Little guide there from Richard. The gully fielder does the work, but the batters pick up one more. Bit more aggression there, and that is a 4. There's been a real dearth of boundaries in this Hippos innings so far, but Jack's just picked up one to finish off the 9th over. You'll see he's only the 3rd Hippos batter to have scored a boundary so far in this innings. Marco Vike with 1. Remo Raud with a couple right back at the top of the innings. And that turned that over into a 10-run over. That should have been the end of the over. By my count, the umpire and the scorers are just double checking. Making sure it's right. Unless the scorer added a single in now. They seem to be deciding that there is a ball remaining. And the Rising Stars are going to wish they hadn't been, because Jack Barry has just smashed that through long on for 4. The digital scorer is just correcting that over from Nazmul. So you'll see a few things different changing on the screen until they get that fixed up. Show you Jack is not on 0. 2 4s in the previous over. Hopefully they'll hold up play. Scorer will get that fixed up. Or not. And that's a wide down leg side. Digital score is just catching up on your screen now. Almost there. Bit of a yes, no. In the end, they decide to go. All good, all safe. And that will be a single to Jack Barry. Still waiting for the digital scorer to get into this over. Getting there now. Shorter this time, and Richard tries to play the pull shot and swings and misses. Short again. Again, he's gone for the pull shot, but an easy caught and bowled for Yusuf. He tempted him into it, and he really had no right to be playing it. He demonstrated the ball before that he had was not able to get onto short ball like that and play a pull shot. So yeah, looks like we're going to have a short drinks break as the wicket has fallen just 3 deliveries short of the 10th over. So I am also going to have a drink, and I will be back with you in a moment. And to Sweat Ranjan, happy to hear you're enjoying the game.
Swing and a miss outside of off stump by Jack Barry. He's been joined at the crease by Owen Freely. Here comes Yusuf again. Oh, that's a leading edge, and that's another wicket for Yusuf. Caught at mid-wicket. So things are continuing to go badly for the Hippos here. The stars are rising. For the rising stars. So now the Hippos have got two batters at the crease who are yet to score, yet to face a ball. So on for really on strike to Mamun. He's joined by Kala, Slapu, and that was a no ball. So now we'll have a free hit. Kala will get a free hit for the first delivery he faces. An interesting proposition. And although the batter on strike has changed ends, I haven't noticed any fielding changes by the Rising Stars. They are actually able to make fielding changes because it's not the same batter. Here comes Mamun. Kala has got this one into the gap, and that's 4. Well, Sweat Ranyan wanted a 4 or a 6, so Kala has delivered off the free hit. Here comes Mamun from the Kiev end. Kala this time turns it right around the corner. Coming back for the second as the throw comes in. So he pulled that one really around the corner. Let's see what he can do with this delivery. And it's a swish outside of off stump. Just a dot ball. So in comes Mamun. Big appeal. Run through for 1. No signal, so umpires indicating that must have been off the bat. Here's Mamun to Owen. I'll pick up another single. Turning into a good over for the Hippos. They'll need to string together a few more of those if they're going to be able to have anything defendable. It's a swing and a miss from Kala.
just pick up the 1 run. Straight a ball from Shoaib there. And it's yet another single. Just guided away to gully, and they put the fielder under pressure by trying to go for the single, and in the end they've gotten 2 runs. The first one was always going to be tight, except that the fielder completely misfielded it. He was too busy looking at the runners going, and as a result they score 2 from a little guide straight to the gully. Shoaib into Owen. Again, little guide to gully, and again they run on it. The throw was wide. Keeper did a great job to stop the ball, but anything direct, and I think the batters would have been in a world of hurt there. This time they don't try to run on the guide to gully, and that will be the end of the over. 84 for 6 after 12. Hippos really need a few boundaries, but most of their boundary hitters are not available, either because they're back in the pavilion or they're at home in bed, sick. Extraordinarily optimistic appeal at a swing and a miss from Owen. Another dot ball. It's been a fairly decent spell from Mamoun. 1 for 19 so far. He's got 4 balls left until he's bowled out. Wraps him on the pads, and he's been given. It's another LB for the Rising Stars. That's 2 wickets for Mamoun. Seven wickets down now for the Hippos. So Dominic Seba comes out to the crease. 1 innings is all he's got to his name, in which he scored 9 not out. Trying to match that should be the first goal. It's a leading edge, and he's not realised he needed to run. Not sure if colour had actually called, but we basically had both of them at the striker's end when Dominic realised he needed to scamper off in the other direction completely. So should be the second last delivery from Mamun at the moment, as that previous one has been signalled a leg by. He has not actually conceded any runs this over. This is in the air, straight up. The keeper wants it. The other fielder has gone to it instead. Poor effort. I don't think the keeper had called it, and he basically just had to stop because the other fielder was there underneath it, and he didn't get his hands in a good position, and he's worn it on the heel of his hand. He's now in a fair bit of pain. He keeps sucking it, rubbing it on his body. That's why you leave it to the man with the gloves. This one's through for a dot ball. And that will be the completion of Mamun's spell. 2 for 20 from his 4 overs. You should be happy with that as a good afternoon's work. Contributed to his team. Hippos 86 for 7 after 13 overs. And it's they wouldn't be disappointed with the runs column, but it's the wickets that's really not a pretty sight for the Hippos. The Rising Stars really like that number 7 sitting there at this point in time. So it'll be the return of Tanbeer, bowling to colour. He should just pick up the one. Throws a little wide, but there's plenty of players converging to back it up and ensure that they don't give away another overthrow. Here comes Tanbeer. Dominic sort of goes for a little prod block and picks up the 1 run. Tanbeer into colour, and he's bowled him straight through the gate. Colour looking to go over mid-on, but he's not picked out the line at all, and Tanbeer gets his first wicket for the match. Rising Stars now taken 8 wickets. I feel like they're in a very, very good position as a result of that. No one able to go on, really. You got 3 batters now for the Hippos, who got to double figures and then promptly got out. Marco on 11. Jack Barry 13, Colour now at 10. You could really include Remo Rod with his 9 from 9. Here's Tanbeer to Vikram, seeing a big appeal, and he's given. That means Tanbeer is on a hat trick, squared him up. That one did look the plumbest of plumb. Not a hard decision for the umpire. Maybe some of the LBs earlier in the innings were less clear cut, but no real questions about that. Vikram just did not get his bat anywhere near the ball. So he departs for a golden duck, and that means that Gleb Bihanov is the new batter, the last batter. As the Hippos are 88 for 9. And Tanbeer has an extremely good opportunity for a hat-trick. I'd recommend bowling it on the stumps. No hat-trick for Tanbeer today. Gleb manages to just get enough on it. Outside of off stump. It's racing towards the boundary. Just holds up in front of it, and then the fielder can collect it about a metre inside the rope. So I think this is Gleb's first match for the Hippos. Can't see any evidence of previously playing, so on debut, he's managed to pick up the 1 run so far. 3 runs, I should say, of course, they ran 3 for the shot. Not a bad way to get off the mark. So, can the Hippos crawl their way to triple figures? I do kind of feel like that's an essential milestone for them to reach, for have any chance to defend. But what can the Rising Stars do here to stop them? It's a big appeal. There's a leg by. New bowler from the Kiev end is Partha. Comes in now to Dominic. He swings and misses. This is wide outside of off stump. Hippos will be very happy to gather up all of the wides they can. Any freebies will be greatly appreciated. Edged and put down. He initially took the catch just outside of your screen and the fly slipped. It was basically guided straight to him. Possibly just came on him a bit too quick than he was expecting as he's spilled it. Another slash. This time he's found the gap. It's not going to make the boundary. They've come back for 2. Will they risk a 3rd on the arm? No, no chance. That's a good arm. But the backing up is sufficient. Certainly wouldn't describe it as being good. Just blocked away by Gleb. Gleb's not looked too bad at all, actually. He's not coming in at number 11. I can't say I had high expectations. He pushes this one to square leg and they'll get through for the single. And he's doing okay. He's getting the scoreboard to tick along, getting it ever closer to that 100. 97 for 9 after 15 overs. See, it's not the best looking scorecard for any batting team. Particularly, it's not just the lots of single figure totals for the batters, but also not very good strike rates. At least if you are only going to get yourself 7-8 runs, don't waste balls that someone else might be able to use. TMB continuing after that excellent over last time out. Picked up 2 wickets. This is his final over. Oh, there's a total mix-up here and that's gone. Or did the keeper break the stumps? No, I did feel that the ball hit first. Yep, he's out. He's walking. So that is the end of the Hippos innings. They have failed to get to the 100 runs mark. They failed to bat out their 20 overs. It was always going to be a possibility when they're missing so many of their normal batters. Stu Hook, Tim Heath, Ben Jones, all missing for them. That makes life a bit difficult. Now it means Rising Stars 98 is what they need to win. We'll see if they try to go on the attack and try to get those runs really quickly, or if they'll try to play it smartly. We'll probably be back in 20 minutes, but if the umpires decide to have a shorter break, we'll be back even quicker. I'll join you then. We're just about to get underway for the second innings here at ground one at Tiskara. The Rising Stars need 98 from 120. As Colour bowls the first delivery. Oh, that's caused a few problems for Meidel. And going to be joined in the commentary, at least for a while, by Kevin. Kev, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you, Terry. Good to be here. I love this ground. I wish the wind would drop, but other than that, it's a beautiful setting for a beautiful game.
Indeed. Here comes Colour once more to Meidel. Cut away, finds the gap, and that is just racing straight to the boundary. 4 runs. Nice way to get off the mark for Meidel and to get the Rising Stars innings off and running. So here comes Colour from the Kiev end. Swing and a miss outside of the off stump. Seen a lot of that today, both games.
Calla obviously back from his exploits of Finland last week with the national team.
Yeah. He bowled well without being remarkable. Like a bit of a slower ball there. At the same result as the previous delivery, swing and a miss from Meidel outside of off stump.
Yeah, when I saw him last week, he looked pretty consistent. Just a little unlucky at times, a couple of drop catches, but
Yeah.
But generally stakes up pretty well.
Yeah, he is. He's a good bowler. Flicked off the toes from Meidel. There is a fielder out there, so they'll just pick up the 1 run.
Is that Marco out there? Not keeping wicket today.
Yeah, that is Marco out on the boundary at Cow Corner who did the fielding. Is it Rudesh doing the keeping today? Another swing and a miss, and the keeper up at the stumps to the medium fast bowling of Colour. It was a good take and he whipped the bails off. Quick, smart.
Pretty good. Good over. 5 from the first over.
Yeah, the Rising Stars will be very happy with that.
Up with the run rate, one would think. What is the exact requirement? 98, 99, something? 93 required, so 98. Okay.
Yeah. I think a couple of the Hippos, at least one, is wearing someone else's shirt. Yeah, this is Dominic bowling. Loopy, slow, smashed, and that is 4.
Got what it deserved, really, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Maybe a loosener, first ball of the over. But I think probably with 97 on the board, can't afford too many looseners.
No, not at all. The standard loosener is a wide, and I think Dominic might have be wishing he could have the wide back instead of the 4.
Yeah.
Here comes Dominic Sieber again. It's loopy outside off stump this time.
Hey, some good shape there, though. Looked like it swung away a little bit. I'm assuming, obviously never having bowled here, you've got to get used to the conditions a little bit with the wind.
Yeah, and so the the wind at the moment is going to be taking the ball from right to left on the screen. And it's definitely going to be affecting balls bowled at the pace or lack thereof that Dominic is delivering at the moment. But you know, that's what you've got to do. If you've got windy conditions, loop it up a bit.
Yeah, bowl accordingly to the conditions.
That's called wide by the umpire. You'll see on the screen there is a man on in the slips. There's also a gully in a catching position, and a short cover and a point.
There we go. He's into his rhythm now. Look, fourth ball.
Yeah, much better from Dominic.
Well, the outfield looks pretty quick, so I think it's going to be tough to defend that score. Terry, would you agree?
Yeah, the outfield is. This is in the air. This one's not going to make the boundary. They will get two. Yeah, the outfield is fairly quick. The grass has gotten a lot more lusher from earlier in the season when it was quite brown and patchy. But it's mowed nice and low, and so the ball will run away. We've seen a few shots that have gotten value along the ground. Just straying on the legs there, Dominic, and so Model's able to pick up a run. I think if Dominic, if he can get it outside of off and just get that length a little shorter, not much, just a little shorter. Try to get the batters trying to really reach for it.
Reach for it, come forward. Yeah,
that's when he's going to cause them some problems. 15 for none after 2. Rising Stars will be extremely happy with those figures. On target. And here is colour.
Chop.
It's driven away. The fielder's got a chase on.
No, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. Good shot.
Looked like it was 4 off the bat straight away. And as we said, the outfield is quick. And so Model has gotten value for his effort. Colour in once more from the Kiev end. Big swing down the ground. There's no one there. It's absolutely safe.
Has he gone all the way, or has he got that now? One bounce 4.
Signalling 4.
One bounce 4. Difficult to see from here, just quite where that landed, but it must have been very close to a maximum.
Indeed.
Has Calla got a response? This is the question. He's good enough. Maybe change the field a little. If you're going to bowl it there, my friend.
And he responds just outside of off stump, which is where he really should be bowling when you can see the field that he's got set.
Yeah.
Slip, a point who's in a catching position. And you've got the cover's not a short cover, but is again close enough. But
That's
he strays too straight.
That's what he's put the man back for.
Oh, dropped by Marco. He had a lot of work to do to get to it.
Good effort to get there.
He got there. He got the hands under it, but he's moving at the point of trying to take the catch, and his hands were looking too hard. I think he forgot he didn't have gloves on.
I think he did the hard work in getting there, but you've just got to then set yourself if you can. Very difficult to catch when your eyes are moving. So
strays onto the legs, and this one's going to be 4. Lovely shot. Played that very nicely off the toes.
Good shot off his legs.
This is in the air.
This would be a great catch.
Richard's running back. Oh, he couldn't quite get there. He might have just got a fingernail to it.
To be fair, it was a great effort. It was always going away from him, and he did. I think, as you say, just got his fingertips to that. Great effort.
Yeah, he pretty much turned a complete no chance into a slim chance. Thanks to the work that he did running around.
I don't think the wind helped him either. It seemed to be taking it away.
It was taking away from him, yeah, absolutely. Without the wind, he'd made the ground.
Yeah.
But
great effort. So I think the Hippos need to stop this 5 from the first, 10 from the second, and now 14 from the third. This some changes needed.
29 for none after 3, and a change is being made. And Priyank has brought himself on to bowl. Priyank's in as captain. Can he get a breakthrough? Full toss. Whipped behind square. They're coming back for 2.
Yeah, clothed it a little bit, I think. Otherwise, that probably didn't get what it should have got. So lucky to get the 2 there, really, from the Hippos' perspective.
See that Midel is doing the most of the heavy lifting in this partnership. Purely because Shob just hasn't had much face at all.
No, he faced 5 balls, 14
6
to
balls
Midel,
now.
6 balls now, yeah. But looking at the field, he's got to look to bowl that a little fuller and a little more outside off.
And that's not what he's done, but it's a dot ball, so he'll be happy with that. Yeah.
Probably won't get away with it again.
You would think not. No.
Great ball.
Umpire shakes her head, says no. Was a very good looking ball.
Must have been slightly down leg, one would assume. Looked pretty full enough. Don't think it was going over. Hey, it could have been going under, Terry.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had any concerns about the height. There's another appeal, and again, umpire is not giving it out. Again, I wouldn't have been concerned about the height, but the umpire has got a concern, and all the umpire needs to have is a smidgen of doubt, and it is not out. Wraps him on the pads for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, close to 3 in a row. I mean, it's very difficult.
They didn't even appeal for that one.
They didn't know. I'm assuming that was going down leg as well. But that was very telling, the way that they didn't appeal to me there, because there was not a lot of difference between that and the previous 2. Exactly.
So if none of them were interested, they were all like, yeah, that one's clearly down, then you can very much see why the previous 2 had not been given, because the umpire has gone, there's a possibility that's going down leg.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a great position here from this box, as we know, but it's not quite straight enough to be 100% sure just quite what angles they were coming down at.
Now, Kevin, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is chat on YouTube regarding the match.
Okay.
And a question has been posed, looking at the performance we've seen from the Hippos here, is it time for you to actually join them and start playing? And or to use the wording exactly here, is it time for the Hippos to unleash Kevin?
Wow. Okay. Do we know who sent that? I didn't know.
It was Dave Robson.
Ah, okay. Okay. I was going to say it must be somebody who knows me, clearly. But get well soon, Dave, by the way. I've travelled all this way to come and see you, and you didn't have the decency to be here. I don't know, my friend. Get well soon.
So rude of him to be staying in bed with COVID.
It's COVID, yeah, exactly. And same goes to Stu and Howie, and I hope you all get through this and get better soon. But yes, you're probably right. You're probably right, Dave. That is probably what's needed. But
so the new bowler is Owen Freely. Bowling now to Midle. It's that straight to the fielder.
Do you know, look, that ball that was bowled to the position that his field is set. That was absolutely perfect. You know, it probably wasn't the fastest ball, and it's not always about speed or movement. It does help, but if you can bowl to a field, you can defend a total.
Absolutely, yeah. At this time, he's a little too straight.
It's only one out to Marco.
It's in a way. Yeah, I mean, we've been able to see right from the first ball that the Hippos had a plan with the way that they set the field. Have the bowlers been able to bowl to that plan all the time? No. Why? Because they're amateurs.
Yeah.
Why? Pros have a hard enough time doing it.
Exactly.
And they practice every day of the week. This one's wide down leg side.
Good piece of keeping, otherwise that could have been 3 or 4 more wides there.
Indeed.
But yeah, and we have to remember that, you know, these guys who you watch on the TV who put it in virtually the same place, virtually every time, and the batters who virtually smash it for 6 every other ball. It's because they're practicing every day. They don't have other day jobs, so. But there is also the option, Terry, of coming and training in the midweek. As we know, down here at Tiskra, there's
in
training.
The air.
Richard Parkin underneath it.
He takes it.
Great catch.
He's very happy with himself there. So Owen Freely gets the breakthrough for the Hippos. Tallinn Rising Stars lose their first wicket. It's Shoaib who departs. I mean, Shoaib was going at the highest strike rate between the two, despite the fact that Midle's got 23 off 20. But I would still say, for the Rising Stars, you would prefer that if either of them went, it's Shoaib rather than Midle.
It's good, you know, when you're defending a low total, wickets are vitally important. Not only is it a dot ball, but a wicket, and you're breaking the partnership, and there's somebody new coming in. Got to get used to it.
Well,
so
you're disrupting momentum.
Exactly.
You know.
It's vitally important, really, that along the way you pick up the wickets. Even if you go for 8, 10 and over, pick up the wickets.
And suddenly it won't be 8 or 10 and over,
exactly.
It'll be 4 and 5.
Exactly.
And, you know, every time you bring in a new batter to the crease, you've got someone who has to be making a choice here of do they play themselves in or do they go from the off. So we'll see what Yusuf Afant's going to do. He's going to go for a big swing and a miss.
Although, to be fair, short and wide, it probably was the right shot to first ball or not. That probably was the right shot for that ball.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, his only other option was to leave it.
Yeah. So yeah, just to go back to the bit about the training, obviously the facilities down here now are improving sort of week on week, month on month, and it's great to see the Estonian cricket national team playing in tournaments of ICC qualifications, and there's the juniors, there's the ladies. You know, it'd be good to see as many down here on that front as possible, and then it can continue to grow with the strength that it has.
Indeed. 5 overs completed now, 36 for 1. Rising Stars are in a good position to take the points in this match, but they still need 62 runs for victory. And anything can happen in cricket. It usually does.
Yeah. As I say, you know, a couple of quick wickets and the Hippos are right back in this game, even with a low total on the board.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Priyank's back now. He only went for 3 off his previous over. And
3 runs and 3 LBW appeals. That's pretty impressive.
indeed.
In your first over.
They've got the previous over. They've gotten their first wicket. And what did he go for? 4?
So wide then?
No, yep, she's called wide. I actually thought it just clipped something, but possibly that was the keeper's leg or foot. Just the way that it came up.
That it moved a little.
Yeah, the way that it deviated up.
Good ball.
Yeah.
Three more of them will be a very impressive. 4 more of them will be a very impressive over.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if Hippos have got any chance of putting Rising Stars under pressure, they need a few more of those.
Bold.
Yeah. The captain's stepped up to the plate here, Priyank. And as long as he has 1 or 2 other bowlers who join him, well, they'll make a match of it. Idle opened up there, but then had second thoughts. And in the end, they just get the 1 run. So the run rate is slowing down considerably.
Yeah, good ball. You know, this goes back to what we were saying a couple of overs ago. If you bowl to your field, it stems the flow of runs quite quickly. If you know where you're going to put your fielders, okay, you don't always do it, but it's vitally important that if you set a field, that's what you bowl to.
Indeed. And also intelligent batting from the Rising Stars there with those good balls, just blocking him out, saying like, well, there's going to be loose deliveries later on. Will they be the next over, or do I have to wait 2 more overs? Well,
look, there's
a lot of overs.
Effective 80. Is that up to date? I'm not sure. There's 80 odd balls, and they still only need 60. So there's no risk to be taken by the batting side, by the Rising Stars at this stage.
You've got to be smart. There was 1 ball remaining that over, so they're all going to have to reset.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't quite work out what was happening.
Yeah, I think the umpires forgot about the wide. The scorers had it, and so when the umpires checked with them, they realised there'd only been 5 legal deliveries. So you all go back to your marks. Priyank gets 1 more.
Hit him. Good effort.
And the Rising Stars get an extra run.
And that is the over. They must have forgotten about the wide in the beginning there, I think.
Yeah. Easily enough to do. 39 for 1 after 6 overs. So the run rate down to 6.5 now. But they're ahead of the rate. So the Rising Stars will still be really happy with how things are going, what they're doing.
Fire it.
Oh, why did he hang on to that?
Dot ball though, Terry, dot ball. That's vitally important. Hopefully keep building a little pressure. The new guy that's in is still on strike, trying to nudge and nurdle and get himself off strike. So pressure built.
Well, I kind of also know why he held on to that. Because he's an Irishman who's more known for playing rugby union than playing cricket.
Okay.
He hasn't had a lot of games.
An Irishman who plays rugby union will be probably still celebrating from their recent successes against the All Blacks. First, I know this is cricket, but first win for the Irish national side against the All Blacks a couple of weeks ago. Mighty fine. I mean, I don't want to mention it also, but I think the English beat the Australians as well at some stage in that same period.
I couldn't care less. Bloody rah-rah. Cut through the gap past the point fielder. They're going to come back for 2. Should be all they get.
Yeah. And so some games on here tomorrow, Terry, some 40 over games?
Yeah, there are 2 40 over matches, 2 high 40 over matches tomorrow, 1 on each ground as usual. Comes Owen again, outside of off stump and beaten again. The Hippos will be back tomorrow playing Tallinn United here on ground 1. So it's Tallinn United versus the Hippos, and then on ground 2, it's Tartu versus the Eastie Tigers.
Okay, 11:30.
Yeah, both matches starting at 11:30, weather permitting.
I think the weather's set fair for tomorrow. Which will be good for the half Ironman tomorrow. So as you know, Tallinn is the full Ironman today, and I don't think the conditions were great this morning. But
no, it was a bit wet.
But tomorrow's half Ironman will be pretty impressive.
I wondered why it was 2 days. I hadn't bothered to look. I was wondering if they just couldn't be bothered to pack everything up, and that's the reason why everything was still going to be shut tomorrow.
They probably think people like me are doing it, and will still be doing it tomorrow.
Oh, it's well bowled, but he's just squeezed it out, and it's managed to miss the stumps by a feather. Jack Barry with a interesting throw that goes via Dominic for the relay.
You know, I think as a bowler there, you think you're through, don't you? You think you've got that one through. That was a great ball, and just got his bat down in time. And
yeah,
and what you think was going to be a wicket as the bowler ended up being 2 on your figures.
But another tight over from Owen. 5 runs coming from it. This has been the bowling partnership for the Hippos. Priyank and Owen Freely have been very miserly compared to the earlier bowlers. Priyank now, he's bowled 2 overs, none for 6. The man deserves a wicket. In the air.
4 runs. Over the top, that will roll.
And that is 4. So that blows his figures out a bit.
Yes. And unfortunately, again, with a low total, that's the runs for the over secured for the batting side. So,
indeed,
pressure should be off now, and bad ball put away, good ball defend.
Here comes Priyank once more. Shortish outside of leg. Yusuf turned it round the corner and he's picked up the 1 run.
Sprawling stop there from Callan, good fielding. Because I think if it was past him, that's with the outfield, that's probably gone again. So good save 3 there.
Here comes Priyank to Midel. In the air, over Jack Barry, and 4. Landed about a foot inside the rope. And
great shot.
A member of the Estonian women's team who was quite close by it was unable to stop it from going beyond her, but I think that was because she had a certain device in her hand.
Yeah, double training on Wednesday for that individual, Terry, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Double training for the Estonian lady who let that through her legs.
Full outside of off, and signalled wide. Priyank just losing his line a bit here. In the air, but over one of the shortest fielders in the team.
Is there something, you know, his first 2 overs clearly were head and shoulders of the overs that were bowled beforehand, but is there something to be said in this shorter format of the game that you become predictable if you bowl 3 and 4 overs?
Yeah, and partly predictability, but also of just, you know, batters getting used to it, and so they work out like, oh, this is what I should do to that.
Exactly.
So okay, yep, you're bowling there, you're bowling there. Okay, right now.
Exactly. I've watched you for 12 balls and you've put it roughly the same spot. When it comes to balls 13 to 24, they're in the same spot. It's easy to put away. So, yeah, I appreciate that he's up until this over bowled really well, but sometimes it's not the continuity that works. It's the changing of the bowling.
Yeah, this Priyank strayed onto the legs, and he was able to just guide it away. Yeah, I mean, consistency is fantastic, but a little bit of variation. And with what Priyank was bowling, I said, no, where the variation should be coming in for him is length. What he bowls, you can't afford to get onto the body. Otherwise, they're going to be able to have a
players will put it away.
Free chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, just varying that length just a little bit. But again, you've got to be. It takes a lot of effort to be able to put the ball exactly where you want it all the time. I mean, you know, the reason why Glenn McGrath stood out so much was because most of the other professionals couldn't do what he did. To literally just put the ball in the exact same spot like a metronome.
Monotonous, but it was quality. Yeah. But that doesn't come easy. You practice that, obviously. And Richard Parkin coming on now from the top end.
The fielder should cut this off. Good 5 metres in from the boundary. It's just nicely glided away. And that's all the Rising Stars really need to do at this juncture. It's just no reason to play any sort of risky shot. Short from Parko. Guided
no room
to the gully. Hippos sticking with their field, sticking with the slip, gully point, cover mid-off. Bowling from Richard there.
I've never been a wicket keeper, Terry, and I'm not built for wicket keeping, as you know, and that's clear. But why do they have to demolish the whole set of stumps? Is there a reason?
Well, there isn't really any way to break them
bales?
where you're only sort of removing one bale when you're trying to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So, yeah, you might as well.
Take them all.
Short in the air. There's 3-4 fielders calling it.
Oh, good catch. Well done.
The captain steps up and says, that one is mine.
Big wicket too. Midle.
Yep. Midle dismissed. Caught Priyank. Bowled Richard Parkin.
Parkin, yeah.
I always want to call him Parkinson.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll answer to that, Terry. Is, you know.
I grew up watching Michael Parkinson, so.
Oh, Michael Parkinson, yeah, big cricket fan, big cricket fan. Michael Parkinson, yeah. I think he might have been chairman of the Lord Taverners or the at one stage. But yeah, big cricket fan.
Yeah,
big friends with Dickie Bird, former international umpire, as you probably well know.
Yep.
Now he was a funny character, Dickie Bird.
What other choice do you have with a name like that?
Yeah, well, that's true.
If you tried to be
swim, isn't it, with a name like that?
Try to be some sort of conservative, dull, and boring librarian or something.
Yeah,
Then
it's just not going to happen.
no. So the new batter is Sheben. Drives that one to mid-on. Marco comes running around and cuts it off in front of the mid-on fielder, who it was going straight to.
Probably a little slow to react there, though, at mid-on. But, yeah.
He's attempted to pull that, completely missed it, and he gets a wide for missing
Still
it.
gets his one run and another go.
I don't think I would have given that one as a wide, because he was clearly able to hit it. He just failed to hit it.
And again, not being a purveyor 100% of the exact rules, but is the rule anything down leg side, whether you can hit it or not hit it?
No, the rule is not anything down leg side.
Okay,
the rule is...
Every day's a learning day, Terry.
The rule is anything that passes leg side of the batter and the stumps that they're not able to hit playing a proper cricket shot. And there aren't that many proper cricket shots, if you'll excuse.
Technical issue, I think, for the scorers. Flying solo. Terry's gone to sort that. And whether Terry's here or not, that's 4 runs in anybody's book. Short, wide, outside, off stump, and got the deserved treatment. So sorry for the delay in the scoreboard. If it's not moving forward online, it's a technical issue that's being resolved. Technical Terry has gone to aid. Resolved, Terry?
Not exactly.
Okay.
So the digital score on the screen is not going to be accurate, and it will hopefully catch up, because so Richard's not bowling still. His over has been completed. Dominic is bowling. The digital score will fix up. It looks like
there
it's
we go. Cool,
there now. Loopy again from Dominic. Batter has not gotten hold of it this time.
Now, I would set my field slightly different here. I'd probably have somebody back.
I think they're trying to entice the lofted drive. That's the only thing I can assume.
Well bowled.
I'm saying that in the fact that if I was facing Dominic, I'd be looking to smack him straight back over his head every time.
Exactly. Yeah. But look, if he keeps that shape, he could, fire one up there to point or something off the edge. But I think this high risk strategy.
Oh, his eyes lit up.
Surprised he didn't pull his back out there with that one. But yeah, he knew where that was going, and that was to the bolty arm, I think, if it had connected.
Nice little battle here between Dominic and Sheben. He strays on the leg side, wraps him on the pads. Leg appeal. My first instinct on impact was that if that was actually in line on impact, it was going down leg.
Yeah. But a great over there when you look at his first over, and that's a great over, well bowled.
Yeah. So for the most part, the enticement, the inducement, shall we say, worked well for Dominic and the Hippos.
But going back to the early question of continuity and changing, and I wouldn't try that strategy for another over.
Yeah. So that's drinks breaks. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So, drinks is over. Richard Parkin to continue from the Kiev end. Miss hit there from Sheben. Just getting the underside of the bat. The dot ball. Short, pulled, and 6.
You can't bowl them there, Richard, at that pace. Now, we had Brett Lee here last week, as everybody knows, and maybe he could have got away with that. But at that pace, you need to be a little bit fuller, Richard.
Indeed.
It was great to see Brett last week. He did a great job, and I think everybody was happy and encouraged by him being here.
Absolutely.
Good for Estonian cricket also, that a legend of the game.
Yeah. And great to see him give him a bit of time and advice, and working with a whole bunch of Estonian native players, men and women down here. And on the back of that, the turnout at the women's training the following Wednesday was fantastic.
Double, it was virtually
doubled.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I'd love to take some credit for that. I think that was all down to Brett.
Yeah.
Short again, but he hasn't got hold of this, but it's going to be safe.
Even Marco can't get that one. Yeah, what it did show was, obviously, for somebody relatively new into the Estonian Cricket Association world, that there is actually some talent here in Estonia, and it was good to see. I think Gabby is his name, the young boy who modelled himself off Brett Lee. It was good to.
In the air, he's pierced the fielders straight.
It's going to run away.
Just pulling up. Oof. Has not quite made it to the rope.
Somehow. So yeah, it was good. It was good to see him and his father down, and then he was here again on Wednesday, and you know, hopefully giving that boost to them sort of people that, hey, come on, get involved with this Estonian cricket. It's going places.
Cut away in the air.
Oh, he's caught it somehow.
Yeah, I
Took
thought.
the catch.
And that's what you'd call an unnecessary jump. The ball was basically hit straight to him, and then he jumped up in the air so that he could take it around his stomach.
Look, at the end of the day, he's taking it, but I don't think you'll find that technique in many catching manuals.
No, I've never seen that in a textbook, and
but it's a wicket. It's another wicket. You know, there's still 25 needed. Who knows what's going to happen? Keep digging away.
again, and
Is that the set man in? Is that Youssef that's
yeah,
gone?
that's Yusuf's. Yusuf's gone. So 3 wickets down.
A guy in, sort of 4 off 6, and a new guy in. Now's the time. Keep that pressure up. Keep going. You never know.
Yeah, it is. It's not over until it's over. And with the way that one of the scorers celebrated that wicket, he certainly doesn't think it's over. It's always interesting just to see a scorer jump up in celebration of a wicket.
Of a wicket, yeah. But another wicket for Richard. So it's
yeah. So now it's
Dominic again.
slow, loopy, and smashed away. That one's going to be 4.
Despite the diving effort, but it's gone for 4. But I'm afraid this was always going to happen.
I wouldn't have even said despite the diving effort, because he'd actually dived after the ball had hit the boundary, so it was the most unnecessary of unnecessary dives I've ever seen in my life.
I think he probably fell over, Terry, to be fair. But I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a wide.
Not a good ball.
And I think also, again, we go back to low totals and keep pressuring on, but you can't afford to be giving too many extras away either.
You never can, especially not when you're defending something so small. Fielder coming around, but he's not going to... Oh, he is going to be able to cut this off.
That was a necessary dive this time.
Absolutely. It is the same fielder.
It is the same fielder.
So... gets a bit of a clap from some of his teammates for cutting off the boundary. He did not look like he was going to get that at all, and then just at the last moment...
He fell over again, and this time before it went over the rope.
In the right direction as well. Wide from Dominic this time. So just the 17 runs needed for the Rising Stars.
Well, there's every possibility they'll be in this over. There's another wide.
Yep.
4 wide, 2 wide, wide. 16 needed.
It's going to be a long over. Straight up. Oh!
That is exactly what the plan is for. They look very close. It looked very close to being bowled, and then a good piece of work by the keeper made it look like the stumping was a possibility. But congratulations to the batsman for keeping that back foot down.
Yeah, it definitely did look close. But Shebin survives. Continue his battle with Dominic. It's a sort of over where he wouldn't be shocked if a wicket gets added, considering everything else that's happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Loopy again on the pads. Half-hearted appeal.
He gets a bit of shape, this guy. He does get a bit of swing. It's pretty repetitive, but it is a bit of swing. But I think the problem with the swing is it's a little early. You can see it. It's not a late swing by any way, shape or form. It sort of comes from his arm, which makes it easier to read.
I'm kind of shocked with the wind and the lack of pace he's bowling. The wind's just not just pushing the ball outside off every single time.
Yeah.
Shebin opened himself up, gave himself a bit of room there. Good throw from Jack Barry.
So 1 ball left of the over.
Down leg side, he's picked it up though, and he has dispatched it backward of square, and that will be 4 runs. So the over started with a 4, ended with a 4.
And a further 7 balls in between that and 9 ball overs. Probably not what was needed at this stage, but quite a bizarre. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but I think his first over went for 14. I think his second over was a maiden, and his third over's gone for 15. So
yeah,
bizarre scenario.
Say that Dominic is a hot and cold bowler.
So a change of bowling again at the top end. Or bottom end, I don't quite know. Do you have names for the ends, Terry? Do you have a...
The far end is the Kiev end.
The Kiev?
Kiev, yep.
Okay. Is that because there's some chickens up there, or no?
No, it's because Kiev's in that direction.
Okay.
And then the Copenhagen end. I didn't name these.
No, okay.
I would not have named them that if I'd have had anything to do with it. But...
You know, I'm sure there's many countries that way, and I'm sure there's many countries this way. Any reason why Kiev and Copenhagen?
There might be someone who
well, please tell me
had something to do with
yeah,
no? I mean...
happy to learn on this internet chat thing if that's if anybody knows why that's the Kiev end and the Copenhagen end.
There's a wide.
Change of bowling. Gleb starts with a wide.
I mean, I'm not suggesting that I would have come up with anything significantly better, but I mean, the most boring and obvious for the far end is the road end.
Yeah, no, it's got to be a little bit more than that, and the non-road end, I suppose. But
or the commentary end.
And maybe there could be the Dave Robson end. Which end did Dave fall over and break his hand? That was quite humorous and memorable. It could be the Dave Robson end. Or maybe in years to come when the stands are built.
I've been corrected. Stockholm, not Copenhagen. Stockholm.
Stockholm. Yeah, that's.
Thank you, Howie.
It's a little bit more reasonable.
I was hesitant to say it earlier because I was like, "Oh, I remember that one's Kiev, and I just can't quite remember."
I'll just make anything up for this end.
Which one of those Scandinavian cities was it?
Yeah. Free hit. No bus spin and no ball.
So the explanation from Robbo is that A, there's no official names, and the Kiev and Stockholm is because Travis got bored on commentary once and came up with them. Yeah, so, Howie concurs. Trav got bored. Okay.
Well, at least as I say, every day's a learning day, and I've learnt something new today.
Comes Gleb, and Gleb gets smacked to
For 6.
cow. Yeah. Almost hit a car. It actually got stopped by one of the logs.
Is that scores level?
A log did a job.
A log did a job. There we go, we see.
Yeah.
Phrases, ends, it's all happening today, Terry.
So scores are tied.
Are level.
Is Udian going to try to go for another 6 to win the match? It will be a wide, and that will be the end of the match in the least spectacular manner possible.
But a wide's a wide, and therefore it has to be given. But it's a sad way to end the game of cricket.
And a win is a win, which is all the Rising Stars will care about. They have defeated the Tallinn Hippos by 7 wickets. Shoaib getting man of the match for his 2 wickets and his 10 runs. So, in the end, a good, fairly comfortable victory for the Rising Stars. I'll be happy, and the Hippos will be hoping to have a better day out tomorrow when they're playing the high 40 match. They're taking on Tallinn United, so that's going to be a tough ask for them. You could make an argument that surely Extras was the player of the match. But
yeah, I'm not quite sure of the scorecard, but I would have thought if it's not top, it probably will be definitely the second highest scorer in the innings, which is not great, as I say, at any stage, but especially when he only had 97 on the board. But look, they made an effort of it. They kept going. Got 3 wickets. It's a lower learning curve, and yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's been really good. It's been good to watch. So thanks for having me, Terry. Very much
it's been a pleasure to have you joining here. It gets very monotonous talking to yourself.
That's how I live my life, really. But there we go. It's the only way of getting the right answers. But thank you very much indeed. Hope you've enjoyed it.
And I'll see as many of you back here tomorrow for the 40-40 as possible. Have a good day.
Cheers.